1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the Paso City Council meeting for Tuesday, June 3rd. We will begin with the 4 o'clock roll call. Melissa?
Councilmember Bausch is not present. Councilmember Beal? Here. Councilmember Gregory? Here. Councilmember Strong?
Here.
Mayor Hammond?
Here. This afternoon we have closed session items, looks like 1 through 5, and we'll let our city attorney, Elizabeth Hull, tell us what we're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are going into closed session on a number of items today. The first is conference with legal counsel regarding real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property in question is 4391 Aerotech Center Way and 4385 Aerotech Center Way. Agency negotiators are the Community Development Director, Warren Frace, and the negotiating party for the other side is the Jones Living Trust. Under negotiations are price and terms. We're also going in under the potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.94. That is 2 potential cases based upon existing facts and circumstances. We are going in under existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D subdivision 1, and that is John Borst versus the city of El Paso de Robles. And then there's a second existing litigation case also under 54956.9D1, and that is also John Borst versus the city of El Paso de Robles. Mr. Borst has filed 2 pieces of litigation against the city. And then finally, the last item is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.D1 also, and that is the Tribune versus the City of Paso Robles and Chris Bausch. Those will be all the items we intend to discuss.
Very good. Thank you, Elizabeth. Then we'll open up to public comment regarding these closed session matters. Anybody out there? I see none in our audience. Anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session and reconvene at 6 p.m. Okay, everybody ready? Good evening, everyone. This is the Paso City Council meeting for Tuesday, June 3rd. We are reconvening from closed session at 6 o'clock. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Before or after that, we'll have the invocation. Please remain standing for Reverend Kate Duran. So if you would all please stand for the pledge.
Please rise, face the colors.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Remain standing for prayer. Father God, we come before you humbly. You alone are creator, and we acknowledge your sovereignty and that you are in control. Thank you for being so kind and giving us free will and choice. And this evening, we choose to recognize you before going into this meeting. We are so grateful for your loving kindness and your mercy. I ask that you be present in this meeting, give the citizens of Paso Robles wisdom, guidance, understanding, and insight when making decisions. Bless us with your divine protection. Protect our city from all danger, whether from within or from the outside. We need you, Lord. Hear our prayer and be glorified in our words and actions. You are worthy of all honor. In the name that is above every name, your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Madam Clerk, would you do the roll call, please?
Councilmember Bausch.
Here.
Councilmember Beal. Here. Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Present.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. Also, staff introductions, begin on my right.
Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, joined by Mary Sponholtz, Deputy City Clerk, and Karen Jackson, IT Technician.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Leslie Frazier, City Angelica Edith Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
Brian Cornell, Administrative Services Director.
Paul Patty, Fire Marshal.
David North, Police Chief. Don Sorrell, Fire.
Dwayne Brown, Maintenance Services Superintendent. David Grant, Implementing Power.
Chris Hewitt, City Manager.
Elizabeth Hall, City Attorney.
Thank you. We'll begin also then with K, report out from closed session. Legal counsel Elizabeth Hull, can you tell us what we did?
Thank you. Yes, the council went into closed session on a number of items. The first is conference with legal counsel regarding real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 regarding 4391 Aerotech Center Way and 4385 Aerotech Center Way. There was no reportable action. The second item was conference with legal counsel, potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. There were two cases. On one of those cases, the council has directed the city attorney's office to begin nuisance proceedings related to the apartment complex located at, and I forgot the address, 2548 Spring Street. The next item is conference, and on that item, it was a 5-0 vote. I apologize. Conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. There were two cases, John Boris versus the City of El Paso de Robles, and there was no reportable action on either of those cases. And the final item was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, again pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, and that was the Tribune versus the City of Paso Robles and Councilmember Bausch, and there was no reportable action.
Okay, thank you very much. On to presentations. We have the first one, Acorn Angel. And Dale, are you going to do the presentation to the council on that? Artwork dedication.
Turns out it's clairvoyant. Color palette more match the
Dale, let's do this.
Well, you don't give me the microphone. We'll be here for 3 hours.
Yeah, kick me in the pants if I need it. Thanks, Mayor. All right, so I'm going to put these over here for now. Little history first. I started my art career out of a barn in Cayucas about 40 years ago. And lived in Cayucas, raised a family. Then told my family, hey, we're moving over the hill. And my kids are like, what? And all of us snooty coast people were like, dude, what are you doing over there? It's hot and stuff. And anyway, I heard the whole thing. And it's the best decision I ever made. I actually left Morro Bay to come to Paso because it's been about 18 years that I've been over the hill now. I'm over the hill, officially. And since I came over I saw 18 years ago that this was going to be a cultural center for San Luis Obispo County. I saw it. And people couldn't say it. I just feel it. I felt it. I visualized it. I saw it. And so I moved up here and I started doing my art up on this side. And so fast forward, I ended up doing a project with the city. Robert Gilson funded it, and who else was the other person that funded? Mr. Tompkins, yeah, funded this project at Norma's Arch. Because I really wanted to do more public art. That's sort of, I do it other places. I wanted to do it here where I work and live. At any rate, the upshot of it is that Paso Robles has been good to me. The city's been very nice to me most of the time. And but the people have been really good to me. People come by my studio, I don't know them, and they poke their head in and they'll see me watering my tomatoes and they'll go, hey, how's that project coming? We follow you on Instagram. How's that project in Pennsylvania going? How's this, how's that? And I'm like, it's just really neat that the people are that follow what I do. Because mostly this is a blue collar working community, ag community, but it's changing. And I'm excited about it. Anyway, so at the center of Norma's Arch, there's an angel, and there's oak leaves on it. And if you look at it, it looks like an acorn with wings. So I looked at it and I said, that looks like an angel, an acorn angel. And that's when I came up with this idea, the acorn angel. And then, to me, that's sort of like anybody who passes under that arch, it's got the protection of the angel, the acorn angel. So I figured, and I'm thinking to myself, I said, if any place needs an angel, it's the city of Paso. They need one in their office. You know, so that's where this comes in. And this way, it's just showing my thanks to the community and to the city. And it's just been a great place to be a senior citizen sculptor, designer.
Here, let me help you.
Yeah. Pretty sit up. Somebody could be okay, so what I'm gonna hold on a second. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show it to the council first. Okay, Mayor, you gotta stand back. Otherwise, you gotta go back toward your. Yeah, would you go that way, please? Thank you. Anyway, so this is the acorn angel, and it's made of bronze and stainless steel. And it's kind of cool. It's not a complicated design. I'll turn it around for everybody else to see. It's a very simple design, but I like it. It's Paso. So, on behalf of city manager is going to handle this, I can tell. This is a certificate that gives you guys the rightful ownership of the design. It's yours, the acorn angel. And this is for you to wear. Okay. And I'm going to sign it.
That's very nice.
There we go. 6, 4, 3, 3.
Great.
6-3.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, that is cool.
Yeah.
Let's get a photo. Come on.
All right.
Let's do that. Put it right here. All right, Dale.
Thank you.
It's got like a granite base on it. That's yeah, cool. All right. That is pretty.
Yeah, it's not an overly complicated, overthought design, but it works.
Yeah. Well done. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. All right, moving on, we have 2 proclamations. And the first one's going to be...
Can I speak on the first one?
Okay. Go ahead, Dale.
Dale Augustin from Main Street. We are very proud of what Dale did for the arch on Norma's Alley. And so thanks again, Dale.
Thank you, Dale. Julie.
Okay, thank you. Can we have Katie Osmond come on up, Development Director for San Luis Obispo Food Bank? Katie?
Hello.
Come on up here, if you would.
Here.
And if you would hold that, that's the proclamation, and then we'll let you talk afterwards. Proclamation, Hunger Awareness Day, June 6, 2025. Whereas hunger profoundly determines the health and well-being of both our community at large and individual neighbors, and whereas approximately 1/3 of the households in San Luis Obispo County are struggling to afford the cost of living in our region. And whereas more than 6,700 children in San Luis Obispo County are suffering from food insecurity, jeopardizing their growth, health, and academic success. And whereas nearly 1/4 of our local seniors are struggling to meet their basic needs. And whereas the San Luis Obispo Food Bank provides food for over 150 partner nonprofit agencies, including nonprofits, education programs, and local government teams. And whereas the San Luis Obispo Food Bank serves over 39,000 neighbors in need each month across San Luis Obispo County, from Nipomo to San Miguel, and from San Simeon to the California Valley. And whereas the San Luis Obispo Food Bank distributes millions of nutritious food meals to seniors, families, children, people in need annually. And whereas the steadfast commitment to our community on Hunger Awareness Day, June 6, 2025, will be instrumental in raising the funds and awareness required to alleviate hunger and build a healthier community in San Luis Obispo County. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of authority vested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim June 6, 2025 as Hunger Awareness Day and call upon all citizens of Paso Robles to participate in the concerted effort to ensure that no child, adult, or senior goes hungry in our community. Thank you for coming. Katie, would you like to say something?
Yes.
I can hold that if you like.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Hammond and council members. Thank you so much for having me here today. Hello, everyone. My name is Katie Osmond. I'm the development director of the SLO Food Bank. Paso Robles is also my hometown. I've known Dale for probably 15 years, and it's an honor to be here tonight. So thank you. I didn't bring a beautiful statue, but I am honored to receive this proclamation on behalf of the SLO Food Bank. This Friday, June 6th, is Hunger Awareness Day. It was actually started by Floyd Butterfield, who was one of our founding board members. The SLO Food Bank was started in 1989, and Hunger Awareness Day, years thereafter. And the goal was to get everyone in our county to donate $1 and to raise, over $200,000 to support the SLO Food Bank. We do fundraising a little differently nowadays because over, like you heard, 45,000 people in our community rely on the SLO Food Bank every single month, which is higher than the height of the pandemic. So we are in every nook and cranny of San Luis Obispo County. We are here in Paso Robles. We actually were at First Five today distributing some of our summer breakfast bags. We also have our largest seniors farmers market at the Paso Robles Senior Center. And I just wanted to thank the Paso Robles Housing Authority for hosting our Oak Park distribution. And I wanted to share a few of our other regular distributions. So we have a distribution at Second Baptist Church, Grace Baptist Church, Cuesta College North County Campus, Sherwood Park, Virginia Peterson Elementary School, and out in Heritage Ranch, along with Shandon, San Miguel, Creston, and the surrounding communities. We have our Seniors Farmers Market, like I mentioned, at Paso Robles Senior Center, along with additional markets at Creekside Gardens and Los Robles Terrace. And lastly, we have children's farmers markets, and those are at Canyon Creek Apartments, First Five, the Boys and Girls Club at the Tom Moss Clubhouse, and Creston Gardens Apartments. So this Friday, for Hunger Awareness Day, we're hosting an open house at the food bank on Kendall Road in San Luis Obispo. It's free and open to the public from 4 to 6 p.m. And our sponsor teams will be going head-to-head in a breakfast bag build-off to see who can build 10 of our summer breakfast bags the fastest. So if that interests you and you'd like to come by for a guided tour, refreshments, or to learn more about our mission, we welcome everyone to join us. There's also tons of volunteer opportunities up here in Paso Robles. So don't hesitate to reach out, and thank you again for this honor. It's great to be here. Thank you.
Next, if I could have Scott Curry, amateur radio operators, coming on. Proclamation, Amateur Radio Week, June 22nd through 29th, 2025. Whereas amateur radio operators are celebrating over a century of miracle of human voice broadcast over the airwaves. And whereas amateur radio continues to provide a bridge between peoples, societies, countries, and creating friends and sharing ideas. And whereas amateur radio operators also provide countless hours of uncompensated community service, both in emergencies and to local organizations throughout these decades. And whereas the state also recognizes the services of amateur radio people to provide emergency response operations, including police, fire, and emergency management. And whereas the same individuals have further demonstrated their value in public assistance by providing free radio communications for local parades, bike-a-thons, walk-a-thons, fairs, and other charitable public events. And whereas the city of Paso Robles recognizes and appreciates the diligence of these hams who also serve as weather spotters in the Skywarn program for the U.S. government, Weather Bureau. And whereas the American Radio Relay League, ARRL, is leading organization for amateur radio in USA. And whereas the ARRL Amateur Radio Field Day exercise will take place on June 28th through 29th, 2025, and is a 24-hour preparedness exercise and demonstration of radio amateur skills and readiness to provide support and communications without further infrastructure required. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, on virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor, and speaking on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of June 22nd through 29th, 2025 as Amateur Radio Week in the city of Paso Robles. Scott, would you like to say a word?
Thank you, Mayor. Council members, it's an honor for me to accept this presentation on behalf of the amateur radio community here in Paso Robles. The Amateur Radio Club here has about 60 members at this time, and we have a handful of them here that support. You guys stand up. The amateur radio, the field day exercise that we do coming up at the end of the month on the 28th and the 29th is a disaster preparedness exercise where we set up our radio equipment in an area that does not have communication support or even power for that matter. And we set up our radios and we establish communications around the region, around the country, and even all across North America. Let's face it, we're a bunch of techie geeks and we have fun playing with our radios. But the serious side of it is in a disaster or an emergency situation where, communications infrastructure is impacted, we stand ready to volunteer our equipment, our expertise, and come out and bridge that gap for essential communications, supporting the first responders, the city, emergency management, and even the general public. So if you're available that weekend, we'd love to have folks come out and have a look at our equipment, and we'll even put you on the air if you want to. If you can't make it that weekend, there's something coming up this weekend, Safety Fest this weekend, and we will be out at Safety Fest doing similar things at that event as well. So please join us, and thank you again, Mayor and the Council.
Next up, we have capital projects report. Ditas Esperanza, do you have that?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and the public. This is our monthly Public Works Capital Projects update. So we have a new format. We started a new format this month, which for our updates. So this is the unveiling of our first PowerPoint slide that we will be using from now on. So the first part, of course, is projects in progress. So from now on, we will list the projects that are currently in construction. However, we will only report on one or a few of those as a highlight for each time we report, just because they all have different progress. Some take longer than others, so we just want to report on the major milestones for each particular project. So we have Golden Hill, the Sherwood Water Line, Creston Road Phase 1 project, Public Safety Training Center, the Sherwood Park Pickleball Complex, and the Paso Robles Event Center pedestrian improvements are all ongoing. The one we're going to highlight, one of the ones we're going to highlight for this month is the completion of the Golden Hill Road maintenance from Creston to just about the roundabout. I'm pleased to announce that that work is complete with all the new pavement, new striping, and so from Creston to about Highway 46, Golden Hill Road is fully improved and very nice looking. The other project we want to highlight this month is the pickleball complex at the Sherwood Park improvements. You can see that the curbing for around the courts are now formed. And actually, this was taken last week because we have to prepare this report ahead of time. I went out there this morning and the concrete actually is already installed. So you can start to see the beginning of the courts. We have two courts. We have the North Court and the South Court. So you can see there's a pathway in between where all the cones are. And then the basis for the future streetlights as well. We also have the Public Safety Training Center. You can see here the rebars are all placed and getting ready for the concrete pad to be placed on Thursday. And then we are out to bid to install the, I call it erection set installation tower. We're out to bid on that. And so then we have a bid opening for that. They will deliver it in boxes, and those will be installed on site. And then we have our upcoming projects. So again, we will list all our upcoming projects, and then we'll only highlight certain ones each month. For this month, I'm highlighting the downtown park renovations that will occur at 12th and Railroad and at Marv's Pizza If you recall, at the last meeting, we did award the construction contract to Souza Construction. We just had our pre-construction meeting last week, and we are getting ready to mobilize. I just want to warn the public that during construction, those parking lots will not be available for use. So we just have to wait until they're done, and then we can park there. But in the meantime, the parking in those two areas will have to be unavailable until such time as we complete it. We will put a big sign there to let the public know that's the case, so that they're aware of the situation. And then the other project that you awarded at the meeting last month was the pedestrian enhancements at Flamson on 24th and Oak, and there will be some improvements and restriping as well along Spring Street till about 26th Street, and then the crosswalks at the intersection of Spring and 24th will be renovated and made brighter, and then we'll be tweaking a little bit of the signal to improve just the push button capability for the traffic signal. And if you want to find out more about the projects and maybe other projects that I didn't report on and you might want to find the status, prcity.com/363 is available for you to check out. And if you have any questions when you're looking through that website, feel free to email CIP Engineering, and we'll be happy to respond to any of your questions. If you have any other questions, I'll answer them. Otherwise, I'm going to turn it over to Frida.
Okay, thank you, Diz. Anyone from?
Just a quick comment. I really appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I mean, from a communication standpoint and ease of use, having a landing page with the information and the way this is presented, I just think it's so helpful and great job. But I do have a question. When is the railroad lot going to be closed? Approximately?
When will it start?
Yeah.
Yeah, we will start in a few weeks.
Okay. So, and you think that'll be like over the summer, or like it's a 6-month project, or a?
Well, so they're working on 2 parking lots. They'll work on 1 parking lot at some point, so that'll be not going to be available for use, but then it'll overlap, and then they'll go to the other. So at some point, both parking lots will be unavailable. But in the beginning, likely only 1 will not be available, but at some point, both of them will be unavailable, and then both of them will be available at the end.
Thank you so much.
Pro Tem Gregory.
Ditas, what's the construction time on the lots, do you think? 3 months?
For the parking
those
lot
parking
repairs,
lots, yeah.
Contract time is November for completion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you, Ditas. Frida?
Good evening, Frida Berman, Public Works Director. Well, personally, I can't believe we have only 27 days till July 4th. And I am here with my annual plea for volunteers to help the event be a success. We very much rely on volunteers for access control, lake monitors, that sort of thing. There's an easy way to apply at prcity.com/July4. It's a 2-hour shift. You get a t-shirt, a meal ticket for any of our 10 food trucks or the concession stand, and we would love for anyone to come and volunteer at the event. We had one change this year. The event now starts at 4 o'clock instead of 2 o'clock. We do have shifts prior to that, but great schedule of activities, including, again, family-friendly recreational activities, live K-Jug broadcast. Moonshiner Collective is performing at 7 p.m. and of course the fireworks show is set to music at about 9:15. So if anyone has any questions, come see me, but best way to apply to be a volunteer is online at prcity.com/July4.
I see we have our parking lot out there all graded. It looks like the dirt parking lot right there at the intersection.
Yeah, the streets crew's been doing an amazing job getting the parking lot at Union ready to go. It will have more capacity this year because of the work that they've done. And then the most awesome Brett Butterfield is again donating all of his lots We have free RV parking at the top of the hill over on the ravine side. It's become very popular, best viewing of fireworks probably in the city. You can hang out there all day. So enough parking, just have to be patient at the end, but it should be a good time.
Yeah, just take our time leaving. That's the big thing.
Exactly.
So, okay. Thank you, Frida. All right. Open up to public. Anybody have any questions about the presentations at all? I'd like to address the council or the presenters. Okay. We'll go ahead and move on then to general public comment. This is the time that the public may address the city council on items within its purview, but not scheduled on tonight's agenda. Council and staff may briefly respond to statements or questions posed by the public. Please fill out a speaker card and give it to the city clerk when you come up to speak. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Those people wishing to speak on any item scheduled on tonight's agenda will be given that opportunity at the time the item is being considered. So go ahead and open up. Anyone? Public comment? Gina, Mark, welcome.
Good evening, council. Oh, might be a little easier, yeah.
We can hear you. That's fine.
Okay, sounds great. Good evening, everyone. I'm Gina Grieve. This is Mark Elterman. We reside at 1535 Vine Street. We're with Paso Safe and Safety Fest. We're the founders and volunteers. We're heading into our 4th year this year. On this coming up Saturday, believe it or not, is the 4th annual Safety Fest. It's a community emergency safety event. And we're going to have some fun learning activities, 2 canine demos scheduled, 3 flyovers, as well as first responders, along with 4 mascots. We have Chipper, Smokey Bear, Sparky, and Cal. We also have some prizes and giveaways that you wouldn't want to miss out. The time is 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., free admission and parking in the downtown city park. If you're eager to figure out what our schedule for the day is, feel free to log on to safetyfest.live. You'll find a plethora of information there, along with a video to learn more about the event. And I'd like to extend a real strong, huge shout out and thank you to all of the persons involved in helping make this come together, and that would be the event sponsors, volunteers, exhibitors, first responders, supporters, and of course our community, the attendees. And a warm thank you to the city, especially the Paso Robles Fire and Emergency Services team and the Paso Robles PD. Your ongoing commitment to make this happen every year is phenomenal, and we really appreciate it. 100% of the proceeds support CERT, Paso Robles Community Emergency Response Team, which is part of a nonprofit county CERT program, SLO County CERT. Again, if you guys have any questions, feel free to log on to safetyfest.live. I'm going to hand it over to Mark.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina, and thank you, Mayor Hammond and council and staff, and a sincere thank you to all the city staff and Fire and Emergency Services and PD that have invested a lot of their time and city resources on this very, very important community event. This is a unique event in that it's one of the few that we've ever encountered whereby you have city, state, county, federal, nonprofits, and also private businesses and citizens all promoting safety in one place. Doesn't happen very often, but it's an investment that I think is really important to us at the Paso Safe level, which is our volunteerism. You know, our goal really is, we know that Paso Robles is one of the world's best places to live because we lived here a really long time. But if we do things right, we can be recognized as the safest town in California. Now that might sound like a lofty goal, but it actually is doable. And it takes a lot of what we're already investing in now, training, resources, philanthropy, outreach, and coordinating between public and private entities. Couple things you're not going to want to miss at the Safety Fest. Definitely be there by 10:30. We're going to have some presentations, including Mayor Hammond. Probably the most riveting national anthem by Athena Sorensen. Incredible flyovers that are going to happen, and also like the 4th of July, we're going to be broadcasting K-Jug live all day. Incredible giveaways of safety items donated by our very generous merchants here in Paso. So make sure to invite people to sign up for some of those giveaways. Just not the Paso Golf one, because I want that one. And a lot of good food items this year. We're going to have cinnamon buns, Paso Pizza Kitchen. We're going to have, shaved ice and Greek food even. So we won't want to miss that. Of course, this is something that we hope you'll all invite every age group. There is something for everyone at this event. Please, tonight, go to safetyfest.live, check out Facebook, share this with everybody, and please come see us on Saturday.
Question mark. Are we going to close down Pine Street area? I think that's how we typically have done it before. I'm just curious. That's the only street, though, around the park that's going to be affected.
That's exactly right, and they'll be posting all the 72 hours of the parking in advance of that. There's going to be a lot of big vehicles there. In the park and also on Pine Street between 11th and on the Pine Street.
Got it.
Yeah. It's really great exhibits. It's a lot of fun and very essential for everybody.
Well, thank you very much for all your service and all these years that you've done. I mean, it's an amazing effort that you put out to make safety a number one issue with anybody in Paso. So thank you for your service.
Thank you.
You bet.
Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I wanted to ask a question. You know how they passed the law where you're not supposed to park at the end of the corner? I'm wondering if the city is going to invest in painting those corners white. I see now more and more since that law has been passed by the State Assembly how important it is. When I come out of my park, I can't see anything when I make a left turn. I don't know if that's doable. I know some cities don't have them funds. The state certainly doesn't to give us the money to do that. It was just a question I had in my mind. I'm planning to volunteer for 4th of July again like last year. The reason why I came up, I wanted to say thank you about encouraging the kids last city meeting. I was kind of goofing around with them while they were here, encouraging them. And I think it's important that we continue to support them and get them the soccer field they need. I sent Chris Hewitt a thought, which is, can we make it a people's park, so to speak, where the parents are able to maintain it, the league eventually pay for the property, or something like that, where it's a partnership, as opposed to just the city incurring the cost as time goes on. Because what I heard them saying, the parents pushing the fact that they can make money if they bring the league in. And I think it could be a self-sustaining field down the road. The other thing is the Slow Blue, San Luis Obispo Blues Society. I've been singing the blues since I was 19, primarily in the Bay Area. And I still have my band. I sing in the Salad Bowl. But I spoke with Main Street, and they're asking about having a blues festival. And so I've been toying around with emblems, logos, and ideas. And I came up with Blues in the Vines. So I'm hoping that's something that you guys can support. Main Street sounds really interested in it. And I think it would be a really great thing to get a blues festival over here. I know San Jose Fountain Blues Festival is the best blues festival in California. And those are the areas I actually like to compete in. And so that was another thought I had. And then, but mostly I was very moved by the kids. They got up here. Like I said, I was goofing around a little bit last meeting, but they were just very endearing. They really care about their sport. They really care about the relationships that it builds. And I'm not a big fan about the transgender conversation, but they're leaving that out. They're just saying, hey, we want to play. And I think, it's really important that we support them, because down the road, they can bring something very good here, a nice soccer league. Mr. Strong, you started it. I would love to see that continue on. It was very moving last time I was here, but I won't goof around next time. I'm sorry, Gloria. Thank you.
Dale?
Good evening, Dale Guston. I wasn't going to speak, but I just remembered at a recent Main Street meeting, we became concerned about reserving employee parking for in the lots and that. However, we understand the city does not want to enforce it or require permits. And so the only signage we recommended, and we've sent that to your city manager, is employee preferred parking. In other words, if somebody is not an employee and wants to use the parking, there will be no impediment to them using it. But we do need those parking lots for the employees. And the downtown merchants are willing to take on the task of enforcing their employees to use them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yep, Murray, you want to? Go ahead, Murray.
So, yeah, good evening. Murray Powell, Templeton resident, Vice Chair of TAG, not speaking for TAG tonight. So I was surprised to see it that you did not have the Paso Basin GSA as an agenda item tonight. As Mayor Hammond knows, that it's been a busy week or so with this new formed Joint Powers Authority. They had the meeting on the 22nd where they threw a bunch of numbers around for budgeting to fund this operation. And then on the 28th in this room, they had another public meeting to finalize budgeting and also to issue a draft rate study. So for folks that know about this, the Paso Basin well owners, there's going to be what they call a 218, I'll call it a vote, protest type vote, and that any well owners could be charged a fee to be able to extract water from their wells. And it would take an hour to explain it all here, so I won't do that. But one of the things that was done the other day, and I just passed it out, is this authority just passed a budget that on the average is $3.2 million a year. And it's a 5-year budget. The total is $16.5 million. The problem is that I believe that Paso Robles is one of the 4 members as a GSA. And I know that Paso, the county, and one of the water districts has never had a public GSA meeting to publicly review and vote on accepting these budgets. And they also put out the rate study that has certain set rates in it that's based on this budget. And there's never been any Paso and the other 2 GSAs out of the 4, 3 of the 4, that have had any public hearings or meetings to do all of that. And for reasons I don't understand, there's Mayor Hammond, and then there's one rep from the other 3. They seem to think that they have full authority just to vote and approve these things without them going through each of your own individual GSAs, which I understand are independent public entities, separate from the authority entity itself.
Could you summarize, Murray? Go ahead and summarize if you would, please.
Pardon?
Summarize your comment.
No, that's about it. I just wanted to put it out there, and I would hope that as soon as possible, you guys will convene a GSA meeting and let the public, especially the well owners in this basin, which there are thousands, get a chance to actually understand what's going on.
So
Thank you.
What I would like for you to do, Murray, is get a hold of Christopher Alackle, our utilities manager, and he can explain directly to you that question you're asking tonight about the vote on the.
I'm sorry, call who?
Christopher Alackle. I can send you his information.
Oh, I know.
You know. Okay. Thank you.
Anyway, thanks for the extra time.
You bet.
Or you get a hold of Christopher Alackle, like
Okay. Anyone other public comment? Okay, we closed it, but move on then to, pardon? No, we already did that. Murray kind of came in afterwards, so we're good. We'll start on to agenda items to be deferred. Mr. Huat?
Mayor, no items for deferral this evening.
Great, thank you. Then can you move on to overview of the items on consent calendar?
Yes, sir. Tonight we have 11 items on the consent calendar for your consideration. The first is approval of the meeting minutes from the City Council meeting of May 20th. The next item is approval of the May 21st City Council special meeting for advisory body interviews. Next item is the receipt of advisory body minutes for several advisory bodies that have met recently, including the supplemental sales tax on February 26th, the Park and Recreation Advisory Committee on March 10th, the Youth Commission on April 2nd, and the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee on April 14th. Item number 4 is the warrant register. Since we last met, the city has made payments totaling $3.6 million for a variety of items. I'll highlight those that exceed $100,000. The first is a payment to South Coast Fire Equipment, and this is paid to Pierce Combination Pumping Fire Apparatus in the amount of $874,533.41. The next item is a payment to Custom Truck One Source, and this is for a bucket truck in the amount of $235,617.40. Next item is a payment to Leo Tidwell Excavating, and this is related to the work being done under the EDA grant fiber network installation project in the amount of $125,332.21. Item 4 is a payment to West Rock General Engineering. This is related to road repair work that has been completed at the Mary Hill, 15th Street, Terrace Hill area in the amount of $531,374.01. Next payment is to J.J. Fisher Construction. This is related to the pickleball court complex construction that Ms. Esperanza spoke about earlier this evening in the amount of $240,629.54. Next payment is to Cal Portland Construction. This is related again to more road repairs the city has done in the Serenade Brahma area in the amount of $419,370.36. And then finally is a pass-through payment to Paso Robles Destination, also known as Travel Paso, for the March 2025 payment for their improvement district, again, which is a pass-through from funds collected for hotel stays for the assessment that's been approved in the amount of $116,777.85. Moving on, item 5 is a declaration of certain property being surplus and approval of its disposal. Just to note, this is not real property. This is equipment and vehicles that have exceeded their useful life and are being replaced or otherwise disposed of. Item number 6 is approval of modifications to the Human Resources Division access to state and federal level summary criminal history information for the purposes of onboarding new employees. This is meant to update a prior arrangement that we had with the Department of Justice to come into conformance with current standards and regulations. Item number 7 is a second reading of an ordinance that this council considered last meeting related to the fire hazard severity zones within the city. And this is the approval of those local response area map that is required by state law. Item number 8 is the approval of declaration of public nuisances related to weed abatement and setting that hearing for June 17th at your next council meeting at 6 p.m. This is one of several steps to abate weeds that are a fire hazard throughout the community. Item number 9 is the approval of a maintenance contract, for landscape and lighting district at number 1, maintenance area 2. This is a 2-year agreement to provide services in which funds are collected from those property owners within that area to provide landscaping and other type services. Item number 10 is the approval of a resolution awarding a contract for additional road repairs in the Catherine Cord Cathedral Canyon neighborhood and Thule Road. This is a project that's funded in part through Measure E12, now I-24. And then the final item this evening is a requested amendment of conditions of approval for the Hotel Ava project in downtown Paso Robles due to changing circumstances associated with a condition that was placed on the project, I believe in 2017. That can really no longer be completed in the anticipated process and time that was anticipated originally. Staff is requesting, in concurrence with the developer, a change to a condition of an approval, which would ultimately have the developer providing a $40,000 payment to the Capital Improvement Fund for future pedestrian improvements. With that, that concludes the summary. Happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Chris. We'll move then to consent calendar items. These items are considered routine and do not normally require separate discussion. However, any member of the council or the public that has a specific question or wants clarification on that item, we can certainly get those answered before we vote is taken. Secondly, any member of the council or public that wishes to pull an item for full discussion will cause that item to be sent to the end of the discussion items portion of the agenda tonight. So first I'll ask the council, do you have any questions on any items tonight?
I just have a quick question on the weed abatement for Paul.
I did too. So Battalion Chief Paul Patty.
Thank
Fire
you.
Chief. Dale, yeah. Keep it open.
I just wanted
Paul
to...
Patty, Fire Marshal, City Paso Robles.
Thank you. So you did the initial inspections on May 5th, and then there's a list that we're supplied with. So when is this list current as of?
So we did the inspections on the 5th and the 6th, and we came up with roughly 600 and something on there. The list that you have provided to you tonight is not the list that I have current, because of the process to submit that for council. As of today, there are 163 properties that are non-compliant. So it's been significantly reduced.
Great, thank you.
And I'll follow up with a question. We're going to have a public hearing on the 17th of June, our next meeting. And after that, then what happens? Can you give the people understanding?
So after that, that's like the last chance for the community to get their weeds taken care of before the city has to step in, unfortunately. So on the 18th, we will make contact with the city contractor who we already have a contract with, and they will set it on their schedule to have completion of all of the properties that we submit to them by June 30th. The time between the 18th and the 30th, if anybody gets their weeds done, the private citizens, when the contractor goes out there, there's no harm, no foul. Nothing's going to happen. There's no charge. Those that do not have their properties abated under our ordinance will have their properties abated by the city contractor.
Okay. And just for edification, our own city properties have to be abated as well. There's a lot of city properties that we have. That,
correct.
Yeah,
I did find that there was one mistake on that list that you have. There is one city property that was confused with the list because of a concurrent address in the Linné area. That city property is on the list that you have. However, that city property has been abated. All of our properties within the city have been abated. Nate Wyatt and his crew have done a great job this year.
And the second question I had was on item 7, and that is the second reading for the adoption of the fire hazard severity zone. this is going to go into effect after this 30 days, I believe, after we approve it.
So after 30 days, it will go into effect, and I have to submit that to the state of California, showing that we've been completed the process. We have, I believe, until July 10th, so we're in a good position to be able to submit that on time. And then one of the other things that I will add is that it does appear at last meeting that I talked that the fire code might be more restrictive within the city limits. All indication that I'm getting so far is that that will not be happening within the city limits, that Chapter 7A will be staying at the very high and not the high level. It'll be only in the SRA areas and the LRA areas that will have that.
That's good news.
So it's not 100%, but it's looking good for our city right now.
All right. Thank you, Paul.
You're welcome. Anything else?
Anyone else for Paul Patty? Good. Okay. All right. We left it where we were asking questions. Anyone from the public wishing to have questions? Dale?
Yes, I'd ask that number 11 be pulled, please.
Okay. Item 11 is the Ava Hotel item. Okay.
Yes.
Then no questions. You just want to pull for full discussion is what you're saying? Good. Okay. We'll move that then to the end of the discussion on it tonight. Okay. Anyone else online?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll bring it back then to council for discussion and or action. We have items now 1 through 10.
So, Mayor Hammond,
Pro Tem Gregory.
I move that we approve items 1 through 10 on the consent agenda.
Second. Okay, we have a motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Any discussion? We'll call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal? Aye. Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Now, we'll go ahead and move on then to public hearings. We'll open the public hearings, and the first item tonight is the status of personal vacancies in compliance with California Assembly Bill 2561. Shannon Fouts, do you have that item for us?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This evening, I am presenting the status of the city's vacancies in recruitment and retention efforts as required under Assembly Bill 2561. By way of background, on September 22nd, 2024, Governor Newsom signed AB 2561 into law effective January 1st, 2025. The bill adds a new section to the Myers-Milius-Brown Act, commonly known as MMBA, which is a state law that governs collective bargaining between public employers and employees. The purpose of AB 2561 is to address growing concerns over staffing shortages in public agencies, which can lead to increased workloads, employee burnout, and increased turnover. The law requires agencies to present a status of vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts during a public hearing at least once each fiscal year before the governing board, identify any necessary changes to policies, procedures, and recruitment activities that may lead to hiring obstacles, and provide recognized employees' organizations for a bargaining unit to make a presentation at the hearing. If a vacancy rate within a bargaining unit exceeds 20%, upon request, and agencies must provide additional information, including the total number of job vacancies within the applicable bargaining unit, the total number of applicants for the vacant positions within the bargaining unit, the average number of days to complete the hiring process, starting from when a position is posted, and opportunities to improve compensation and working conditions. The City of Paso Robles currently has 304.44 authorized full-time equivalent positions. There are a total of 291 positions within the full-time employee groups. As of May 1st, 2025, the vacancy rates for the full-time groups range between 2.86% to 12.98%, which is well below the 20% threshold that would trigger enhanced reporting. Vacancies occur for a variety of reasons, such as the approval of newly budgeted positions, internal promotions, or when an employee leaves the organization. During calendar year 2024, a total of 30 full-time employees separated from the city, which is approximately 9 to 11% from each employee group. The primary reasons employees cited for separating were family and childcare needs. They accepted a position at another government agency or transitioned to the private sector. A desire to pursue additional education. They retired, were separated involuntarily, and some individuals resigned without having secured alternative employment. In terms of recruitments, during calendar year 2024, Human Resources launched 34 positions that generated 1,781 employment applications. This is in addition to any positions that were already in process from a prior calendar year or are being filled on a continuous basis. During the same year, a total of 102 employees were hired or promoted citywide, which was a 26% increase as compared to 2023. Currently, Human Resources is managing 19 recruitments to fill a total of 58 positions, with many more to come in the near future. While the number of applications and appointments is promising, certain positions remain difficult to fill, such as civil engineers and experienced police officers. Over the last few years, the city has implemented several initiatives in support of recruitment and retention, which are both critical for the success of the organization. These include implementation of a citywide hiring and referral program, which has been utilized in the recruitment of 6 lateral police officers and a city engineer within the last 2 years. Development of an employee recognition program designed to reward exemplary performance and dedication. Alternative or flexible work schedules for many of the city's positions. Expansion of employee benefit programs such as long-term care and employee discount programs. Approval of 3-year agreements with each employee group incorporating competitive wage adjustments and modification of MOU provisions, such as extended standby response times and reduction of pension cost sharing. Ongoing professional development to assist employees in their current position or to prepare for promotional opportunities. Additional wellness programs for first responders, such as implementation of a Cortico wellness app for mental health resources and functional mobility training, and initiation of a classification and compensation study to ensure the city is offering a fair, strategic, and competitive compensation package to its employees. While many of these efforts have proven to be successful, the city continuously seeks opportunities for improvement by monitoring staffing trends and challenges. While each of the city's 3 bargaining units were invited to make a presentation today, only one group chose to do so. With that, I would like to introduce Field Representative Nicole Bryant from the Service Employees International Union, Local 620.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and distinguished council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Nicole Bryant, and I serve as the labor representative for SEIU Local 620. And it is my privilege to represent the dedicated employees across almost every department here at the City of Paso Robles. SEIU Local 620 collectively represents over 2,400 employees at 31 public sector agencies within San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara counties, spanning from San Miguel in the north to Carpinteria in the south. As this is the inaugural vacancy hearing following the passage of Assembly Bill 2561, I'm here today to acknowledge the city for its steadfast commitment to public sector employment and its ongoing efforts to maintain low vacancy rates, both within our bargaining unit and its ongoing efforts to maintain low vacancy rates within the city as a whole. Public sector workers are the foundation of our communities, performing essential work that our neighbors rely on every single day. Assembly Bill 2561 seeks to address growing concerns surrounding longstanding vacant positions in the public sector within our state. Such vacancies can result in diminished services to the community, increased workloads for incumbent staff, difficulty in maintaining operational efficiency, and a rising tendency to contract out public sector work. When labor is contracted out, public oversight, transparency, and accountability diminish, and profits are drawn from taxpayer dollars rather than reinvested into the workforce that lives and serves our community. It is clear that the city under your leadership has exceeded the goals set by the bill and has not followed in the statewide trend seen in recent years. As you heard from Shannon this evening, as of May 1st, SEIU's bargaining unit had a vacancy rate of 12.98%, representing 17 out of 131 budgeted FTEs. While this demonstrates a commitment to managing vacancies, we are confident that through continued collaborative efforts, we can work towards bringing that number down below the double-digit mark. This aspiration is rooted in the understanding that such success is no accident. Instead, it is a direct result of proactive policies, fair labor practices, collective bargaining, and a shared commitment to building and maintaining a resilient, competitive workforce. As the city of Paso Robles continues to experience significant development and growth, maintaining a low vacancy rate within our public sector workforce remains critical to ensuring the seamless delivery of essential services and supporting the community's evolving needs. SEIU has a strong and collaborative relationship with the city's human resources and administration team, with a shared commitment to the well-being of both our employees and the community. Through open communication, ongoing dialogue, we work to address challenges proactively, streamline processes, and ensure that the needs of the workforce are met in a way that supports the city's vision and strengthens service delivery. We are looking forward to engaging in a thorough review of the recently completed classification and compensation study, which we believe will further support the city's ongoing efforts to maintain a competitive and equitable compensation structure for its dedicated employees, to keep the city of Paso Robles the city of choice for our public sector employment on the Central Coast. In closing, I want to express my deep appreciation to the City Council, the City Administration, and all of our public sector employees for your ongoing support and commitment to maintaining a strong and healthy workforce. As we look to the future, we are confident that the spirit of partnership and shared commitment to excellence will continue. Through thoughtful, forward-looking decisions that support a stable workforce, reflect the realities of the local economy, and help ensure Paso Robles remains a place where talented public servants choose to build and grow their careers. Thank you, and I'm available for questions if needed.
Thank you. Okay, Shannon, are you finished with your presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
That concludes my presentation.
Okay.
Any questions?
So we'll open up the council for any questions to staff on this item. Pretty good. I'm just curious, myself on the fact that in the public sector versus private sector, what the vacancy rate is for the private side, what relationship? I'm just curious, is there any numbers out there on that? We're double digit here, but I'm curious, is it, zero or single digit or that kind of thing? Or do you have any idea?
Unfortunately, I do not know.
I would think not. Yeah. I'm just curious. That's just something that ran through my head basically and what the relationship would be for that dynamic. So.
Okay, Mayor, I can just chime in real quick too. We look at unemployment rates for what that's worth, and that's about 4% across the county. Just to give you, that's probably the most relevant data we have to try to frame out the question. So we track that as well.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, seeing none from council. Anyone else in the public wishing to have an item on this? Welcome.
I'm Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I actually have a few questions relative to the staffing here. I personally feel like, and no offense to all the leaders here, that some of our salaries are very top heavy. One of the issues when I ran for office that I found was that this staff is so small that upward mobility is almost nothing. Once somebody gets into that, and I'm a government employee by 30 years, my entire life. But once you get into those higher seats, those are what sometimes some people look for so that they finish out their years in their careers, which is fine. However, for instance, picking on the city manager tonight, the salary that you have is equivalent to Union City, California, $66K. Citizens, we're $33K. So every time these things come up with staffing, because government employees are dear to my heart, is I want to always focus you guys to the future. What is it going to be like when this city hits 40,000, 45,000? I know that there was a shift of offices for a consolidation, but what happens when you need more staff, more public safety? We got the training center, we got all that. So the other thing is, I think is really important, and I don't think I really directly asked this question, but do the employees have an EAP, especially our public safety, and that stands for Employee Assistance Program? At the state, we had that through SEIU. Those kinds of things, I think, are really important to keep the staff healthy and well and keep them here. And so I don't know about the salaries for the top positions, but I feel like somewhere along the line we need to kind of level them out or stop them for a while until our city catches up with the others that are our size. It's not that I don't think they don't deserve it. It's just that right now we're too small to be accommodating those types of salaries. I'm not against retention and recruitment bonuses either. We used to do that with the state. They would get $800 extra a month if it was a difficult position to retain. So there's a lot of things that the staff can have. I'm very big on a robust employee recognition program. I used to run that for Agnew's Developmental Center, in which there were even awards where if you did a good job one time, you got $100. So those things matter, because working for the government, it doesn't matter how good your boss, they say this every day, it doesn't matter how cool your boss is, they're still your boss. And there are things that they're gonna have to say and do if correction is needed. So I really urge that we look at the employee recognition program at the very least, especially for loyalty over 5-10 years, and also that parting gift. I personally got the clock with my name engraved on it. Other people picked binoculars. So I'm a big fan of government employees, and whatever we can do to make it better for them, I'm always for. Thank you.
Anyone else? And do we have anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay, this is basically a receive and file. This is something that we have to do annually, correct? Based on the AB 2561.
Correct.
Correct. So we've done our due diligence on this, and we're going to file the report. Go from there. Okay. All right. Thank you. Item 2 in the public hearings is the annual levy on landscape and lighting maintenance district number 1 and drainage maintenance district 2008-1 for fiscal year 25-26. Dwayne, you have that?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Dwayne Brown, Maintenance Services Superintendent. This public hearing considers the levy of assessments in the landscape and lighting district and drainage and maintenance district for fiscal year 2025 and 2026. The landscape and lighting maintenance district and drainage maintenance district assessments are developed for each sub-area based on an estimate of the cost to maintain the associated improvements within the maximum assessment revenues permitted. The engineers' reports outline the budgets and assessments for each of the designated zones and sub-areas. These reports have been made available for public inspection and are included on the city's website. In all cases where an increase is proposed, monies will be applied to the operation and maintenance of applicable neighborhood improvements, which include streetscapes, hardscapes, detention basins, parkways, medians, open space, slopes, and any increased water and landscape contracted costs. Landscape and lighting district funding is determined annually. Each subarea's costs are determined based on landscape, lighting, and architectural amenities associated with the tract, and the costs associated with the maintenance of those improvements. Costs are a portion of the parcels within each subarea based on an equity-based formula. Each subarea is essentially assessed for only those maintenance services and activities funded by the property owners within that particular subarea. For this fiscal cycle, approximately $2,377,000 will be assessed to fund the cost of maintaining the landscape and lighting district. And of the 4,144 property owners, about 97% will be assessed an annual increase of $50 or less. So, and then to break that down even further, of that total, just under 45% will be assessed between $10 to $50, and nearly 52% will be assessed for $10 or less. Only 3.2% will be assessed between $51 and $100, and only 0.3% will be assessed or shall exceed $100 annually. For the drainage maintenance district, for this fiscal cycle, $447 will be assessed. This is the DMD that's adjacent to Ashwood Place. And that's it. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. We also have Stacy Reynolds from Wildan, who is the city's engineer. She's also here to answer any questions.
Very good, Dwayne. Thank you. Questions of Dwayne Brown? Okay. Anyone in the public wishing to have a question on this item? Okay. Thank you, Dwayne. Bring it back to council then for direction. This is where we have 4 different resolutions that we're going to have to vote on. So,
Mayor Hammond, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we approve Resolution 25XXX, amending and/or approving engineer's annual levy report for El Paso de Robles Landscape and Lighting Maintenance District Number 1 for the fiscal year 25-26.
second. Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Second motion is for approving Resolution 25XXXB, amending and/or approving engineer's annual levy report for the El Paso de Robles Drainage and Maintenance District Number 2008-1 for fiscal year 2025-26.
Second. Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Discussion? Call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion, we approve Resolution 25XXXC, ordering the levy and collection assessments within the El Paso de Robles Landscapes and Lighting Maintenance District Number 1 for fiscal year 25-26.
Second. Motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Discussion. Call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Finally, I'd like to approve Resolution 25XXXD, ordering the levy and collection assessments within El Paso de Robles Drainage and Maintenance District Number 2008-1 for fiscal year 25-26.
Second. Motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Discussion. I'll call for the final question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. That concludes the public hearing. We'll close public hearing, move on to discussion items. First on discussion tonight is the approval of the City Council chamber improvements associated with enhanced video broadcast project. Frida Berman, you have that item for us, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Frida Berman, Public Works Director. Tonight, we ask that you consider improvements to the City Council chambers associated with the approved video broadcast project. On January 15th, City Council approved $225,000 in public, educational, and governmental, or PEG funds, for a new video production system. While the current system being used, such as tonight, is broadcast live to the city's YouTube channel, it does not include video of council members and other participants in the meeting. This new system will include multiple cameras, enhanced lighting, professional graphics, and captioning. Also at the January 15th meeting, council requested that staff return with more information and a detailed budget on 5 optional upgrades to the council chamber, which included an accessible lectern with bronze city seal. An accessible lectern is on your screen right now. It goes up and down. New carpet, paint, acoustic wall panels, and motorized window shades. We will also be presenting information on a new dais as it is recommended for the new technology and is ADA compliant. To give you some perspective on the project and the reason for a decision on the upgrades that are before you tonight, after council approval, staff issued a request for proposals for the video project, received 4 submissions, and interviewed 3 firms who met the requirements as stated in the RFP. And although staff has identified a preferred provider, a decision on the upgrades must be made so we can negotiate the final scope with that firm. Each of the proposed upgrades is designed to refresh the look of the chamber and comply with ADA accessibility requirements. The ADA compliant lectern, I don't believe, requires any more explanation. The dais was not initially favored by council, but further information indicates that the upgraded video technology is better supported by a more modern dais design. We identified a cost-effective, prefabricated model that has a professional appearance, conceals cords and cables efficiently, and is ADA compliant. The carpet, paint, and window shades that you see are all original. They're 30 years old and are all well beyond their useful life. Don't rub against the wall coverings. You'll get white on your jacket. And the window shades behind you don't work. And there's no parts available for them. Acoustic wall panels will enhance the broadcast quality of the meetings and provide a better experience for both attendees and the viewing audience. This is the proposed dais, selected especially because it will accommodate 13 individuals, including members of the council, planning commission, and staff. Each seat is equipped to support the necessary technology for voting and participation, and most importantly, it maintains the Paso Robles approach to government, as it is a floor-level dais. Upgrades associated directly with the video broadcast system are eligible for PEG funds, and in this case, the acoustic wall panels and motorized window shades qualify at a total cost of $73,730. The city also allocates dollars annually to the capital improvement program budget to fund ADA improvements. The current unappropriated balance in the ADA account totals $355,581. The lectern and dais are in this category and are estimated to cost $50,069. Finally, the city allocates dollars annually to facility replacement reserves to fund capital and deferred maintenance needs. The unappropriated account balance in that facility replacement reserves account is $67,900. The carpet and paint are estimated at $35,940. And with that, the recommendation is to approve Resolution 25XXX, approving upgrades to the City Council chamber associated with the video broadcast project to include an accessible lectern, new carpet, paint, acoustic wall panels, motorized window shades, and an ADA-compliant dais, and appropriate $73,730 in PEG funds, $50,069 in capital improvement program funds set aside for ADA compliance, and $35,940 in facility replacement fund reserves to fund chamber upgrades associated with the video broadcast project. And with that, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Frida. Questions of Frida? Over here. Anyone? Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah, on the ADA dais, is that fabricated out of Kevlar by chance?
It's an excellent question. No, it's not, although okay. Kevlar panels are available if the council is interested.
Okay. And my other question is, can we give this crimson curtain to Dale Evers for his shop when we're done? Go ahead. Thank you.
Chris, go ahead.
Frida, were you able to view the quality of the broadcast signal?
The quality of the broadcast signal?
Signal, yes.
That we're currently broadcasting?
No, the video, the new video signal.
We did interview the all 3 finalists, and they provided samples of their product, and it was,
It's
in
good?
my mind, excellent.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, we looked at them and surprising difference in quality and I guess bandwidth, I guess, but camera technology has come a long, long way. And it's come down in price a lot.
Right.
And so it is scalable and upgradable. So that's important to consider. So thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question for you, a couple actually. The sound system, which we've upgraded a while back, we're not doing anything with that because I think it's working great now.
No, we're not doing anything with the sound. The acoustic wall panels will help with, the quality, but the sound itself, no, we are enhancing the lighting.
Other than maybe some broken microphones that just keep...
And those will be replaced.
Yeah. But other than that, and the other thing I had was, when moving around to different agencies and sitting at their dais, there's some that are really well designed. And so what I want to make sure is when we get ready to pull the trigger on this, that the ergonomics of the design of this dais right here, I'd sure like to see that before we actually sign off on it. I think it's important that we get the right look. Like in that photo right there, it looks like you got a wall right behind the monitor. That's too tall. And also the seating height and as a relationship to the actual table that we work off of, those things are really important to me personally. And I've seen a lot of good designed dais in the county that we can certainly review and take some notes from. So just what I'm saying is before you get ready to sign the contract, I'd like to kind of maybe bring it back or whatever, at least have a one-on-one with.
That panel in front of the monitors is optional, so it could be not, we don't have to have that panel in front of the monitors.
Mm-hmm.
But this actually, the company that designed this is called Ergonomics. Mm-hmm. So, we can get a final design and share it.
Yeah, a section view of the seat and the table and everything about it. I'd love to see those dimensions.
Sure.
Again, we want to make sure that we're not hiding behind a wall. Public essentially is what I want to make sure. Fred?
Well, I would comment that my view of this is that even though that maybe it doesn't have to be quite that much higher above the monitors, but it looks almost identical to the county board of supervisors chambers.
Yeah.
Except that looks just a little bit high above the monitors. That would be my only comment.
Okay.
I mean, I want to look just like a bunch of heads with no bodies.
Okay. Any questions then? Okay, we'll open up to the public. Anyone wishing to address this, please come forward.
Dale Guston, call me Dosh. I observed all these shades in the fully up position, and now I have observed them when they've been fully brought down. I don't understand why we're spending money on something that's working. I disagree that they're not working, and it's a waste of taxpayers' money.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Rita, the other question I had, and I just missed it. I'm going to lose it. I think I just lost it. But again, you'll be, after we give you direction here, you'll be going out to get, you already have a particular person you're working with.
We do have a preferred provider on the video system. Our hope is to have a turnkey project, whereas that provider, who is a general contractor as well, can build the whole thing at one time, and we're not extending this out. It's scheduled to occur directly after the City Hall remodel. So during the City Hall remodel project, this area will be used as a temporary workspace for utility billing, the planning and billing counter, et cetera, people that need presence in City Hall. That project is scheduled for the week of Thanksgiving through first or second week in January, fingers crossed. And then directly after that, we'll be beginning this project to upgrade this chamber. So we're on a pretty fast track.
Okay, very good. All right, then we'll bring it back then to council for direction.
Mayor Hammond?
Pro Tem Gregory.
I'd like to make a recommendation. We approve 25XXX, approving the upgrades to the City Council chamber associated with the video broadcast project to include accessible lectern, new carpeting, paint, acoustical wall panels, motorized window shades, ADA compliant dais, and appropriate $73,730 in public educational and government funds, $50,069 in capital improvement funds, set aside ADA compliance, and $35,940 in facility replacement fund reserves to fund the chamber upgrades associated with the video broadcast project, and one addition to that for us to review the final design of the dais to make sure it's the right height.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Discussion. One more question. I just remembered, Frida, what was, with regard to the video portion of it, is that the type of video that automatically hears the person and directs the camera to them, or do you have to turn it on to?
No, it is automatic switching between
That's what I was wondering. Yeah. So the plan is to have a couple cameras?
multiple cameras.
Right, right. And it does it all on its own pretty much.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead then, call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye,
Motion passes unanimously.
thank you. Item 2, the approval of the city council chamber, or actually city council members, strong travel training expenditure, 406 in excess of the approved budget amount. And City Manager Chris Hood, you have this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. So as you're aware, the city sets and the council sets policy specific to purchasing and travel, and the aspect of council member travel falls under that policy. And so the current not to exceed amount for each council member is $6,300 a year. This item before you this evening is reflective of the policy, which requires us staff to bring forward any amounts for individuals that have incurred costs that exceed that amount. At this point in time, Councilmember Strong's travel and training for the year has slightly exceeded the amount by $406, as noted in the staff report. I just want to note that I believe most, if not all, of these the meetings that are in your staff report that are attributable to this are either League of California Cities or National League of Cities, in which the city is a member agency of both. And so I do believe that Mr. Strong, who will probably provide additional comment, was acting in capacity as a member agency that travel. So with that, this evening, we're looking for an approval of Councilmember Strong's travel and training expenditure that exceed that amount, and our understanding that this is likely the final amount, pending any last items that would be coming before you in the next 30 days. But I think this is it for the fiscal year. And Mr. Cornell is here if there's any additional questions on the overall budget for travel and training or the policy itself. I will note that the overall travel and training budget for the city council, there's additional funds that are available in that account should the approval be made this evening. So that is all I have for you this evening, Mayor. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Chris. So questions of council first. Any questions on this item? Okay, then we'll open it up then to the public. Anybody wishing to address this item, please come forward.
Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I have a question relative to the training budget. What I read in the attachment is that each of you guys get $6,300 a year. So if that is correct of what I read, my question is, this is only June. We have 6 more months, and I'm not opposed to your travel. If Mr. Strong travels again, does that mean that you guys have to come back every month each time he needs more money? And the reason why I'm asking that is because I'm not a mather, but that's approximately $37,000 worth of training for the 5 of you. So wouldn't it be more prudent just to have one pot of money that each of you just fight over? Because we know Mr. Strong travels the most. He represents all these committees. and unsure of what the committee's, the information, well, let me just be frank. A question I was asked, what do we get for the travel? Is there a way that Mr. Strong provides a report of what he's learned and aspects of what he brings back when he goes to the transportation meetings? Do we secure that money when he goes? Those were the questions I was asked. I'm not opposed to travel. I think it's very important, but I think wouldn't it be easier if it's just one lump sum of money and then we wouldn't have to go through this every month if he needs to travel some more? Thank you.
Okay, I can answer that. Basically, part of it was we're on a fiscal year, ma'am, not a calendar. So actually, he has about 3 more weeks. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
So, yeah, and we
But
do.
my question still stands about just having one main pot of money that you guys just kind of
Yeah.
dole out between the two of you, because it just probably would be easier, and then he wouldn't have to ask each time.
Got it. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, bring it back to council for discussion.
Can we get Mr. Hewitt to answer that question about lump amount of money?
Yes, so the council, in your adopted budget, there is one pool of funding that's attributable to travel and training for the entire council. And in that amount, and then there's the policy, which the $6,300 applies to each individual council member. So there is one pot, but the way the policy is structured is that we essentially track expenses by each council member and go through this process when they exceed the $6,300 this year. I failed to mention that policy. The way the policy is structured is that I believe that amount increases by 5% each year.
Yeah, CPI basically to accommodate for increases. So, Fred.
Well, yeah, I'll explain one thing, and that is that officially, I'm the designated person from this council that handles all of the meetings outside of the county. And in fact, I do more traveling outside of the county than all the rest of the council combined. And it's all unofficial business. And yet I work very hard to keep that amount low. So for instance, there are traveling I'm doing every month down to Orange County, or at least 6 to 8 times a year. And then down to Los Angeles County also 2 or 3 times a year. Sacramento, anywhere from 3 to 5 times a year. And then there are the trips to Washington, D.C. and other parts of the country that I'm required to do on a national basis. These pins aren't just for decoration. Every one of them is an organization that I represent the city at. And they're there so the public can ask me about these. They're all state and federal agencies. So, and what I do on the trips in the state is I try to travel there, attend the meeting, and travel back the same day, so I have no hotel expenses. So I'm trying to save the city those hotel expenses every trip. And that makes for a long day, sometimes 12 to 16 hours before I'm actually home. And that last stretch driving up I-5 and 46 can get pretty rough when you've been up for 12, 14 hours already. So, but that's how we try to save the taxpayers as much money as possible. As far as bringing checks back, that's not the way it works. You go and you campaign for the money to be allocated, but then Congress and or the agency and the administration actually designates that money later. And a lot of that money is designated to the state of California and directed specifically to certain projects. And that's how we get most of a lot of our highway money. Approximately $50 to $100 million a year comes just through those checks. And a lot of our projects, we hear about the grants being granted. Now, we have our staff that applies for those grants. Then I have to go there and campaign for them through these organizations and directly with the administration, because some of my responsibilities do represent not only our city, but all of the cities of the United States in some cases, and all of the regional governments of the United States in other cases. So that's the sort of thing that I do. And that's the sort of things that I've done for over 60 years. So it's not just since I've been on the city council. And
So Mayor Hammond?
Pro Tem Gregory?
I'd like to make a motion, but just one clarification for Ms. George. So what happens when Fred travels? He does talk about it at the end of the meeting with council reports. And a lot of times you're not here. And he also brings all the literature from the League of Cities, both in California and national. And I couldn't travel as cheaply as he does, and I think he's doing a good job. So, but thank you for your questions. With that, I'd like to make a motion. We approve Councilmember Strong's travel training expenditure of $406 in excess of the pre-approved budget for the amount of fiscal year 24-25.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Discussion, question. Chris, do you have a total amount of all of us expended for this particular year so far, roughly, out of the amount that we do have budgeted?
That is a question that I'm going to easily defer to Mr. Cornell.
Okay.
I haven't traveled at all, so.
Yeah.
So I think there's quite a bit surplus at the moment.
That's
and also while we're waiting for that, Fred will leave what he brings back upstairs in the council office. So we have a chance to look at it. Sometimes it's thick, sometimes it's a little bit, but it's always there if you want to look at it.
Okay, Brian.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. The City Council travel and training expenditures to date totals $12,359, so well below the $36,000 overall budget.
So very good. We have plenty of money left in that account, essentially, to help Fred with one more meeting or in this fiscal year. So that's fine. Again, I want to, basically say, Fred, we appreciate your service and time that you put into this. It's a lot of work, and we know that. And you're bringing back good information.
And can I add one more thing quickly? And that's just an invitation. I'm going to let everybody know that, fortunately, in order to save the travel time all the way down to Orange County this next week, I am going to be in that meeting virtually from our city hall. So any member of the public is also entitled to come. And that is my capacity as the vice president of the Pacific Surfliner. And that's the train that we have from Monterey County all the way down to San Diego. And I am the vice president this year for that train. And so I may be having to actually chair part of that meeting. But we also will have a representative from Santa Barbara sitting in that meeting upstairs in the council offices. That will be this Thursday, June 5th at 9 a.m. So anybody who's interested in what we're going to be doing with the Pacific Surfliner at our next meeting, this is going to be an executive committee meeting, not a meeting of the full board. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. Okay, Melissa, we'll call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
I'm
Councilmember
sorry.
Strong?
Aye.
And Mayor Hammond. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Thank you. All right, now we are going to the consent item 11 before we finish the discussion items tonight, and that is the amended conditions approval for Ava Hotel Plan Development 17006, a request to amend the Ava Hotel's conditions of approval 9 and 10 regarding railroad crossing improvements required under the Plan Development 17006 and the imposed new condition. So, Warren Frace, do you have that for us?
Yeah, we'll have the city engineer, Leslie Fraser, give a quick update.
Thank you, Leslie.
Good evening, Leslie Fraser, city engineer. I'll provide a little bit of background and history of the project first, and then we'll jump into the amendment to the conditions. A little bit of history on the project is that in 2017, the project received the planning entitlement approval through the Planning Commission, and conditions of approval were issued at that time. After the planning entitlement, the project went through the appropriate review and approval process for construction documents and received their engineering permits and building permits for the project, and then subsequently went out for construction afterwards. In addition to that, while the project was in construction, Union Pacific Railroad, which you'll hear me refer to as UPRR, they had a project to upgrade 78 signals along their railroad line. And the upgrade was for circuitry upgrade for some flashing lights and for some of their gates. In addition to the 78 signals that were identified, they also evaluated 17 of those signals. They had decided 17 locations, of which the 10th Street location was included in that. They identified that the signal location could be modified. And so to be clear, they didn't necessarily say they were going to modify the location. They just said the location could be relocated. It may be. And so let me fast forward a few slides and I can explain that a little bit more. The first slide is just introducing that this is the Hotel Ava project. The second slide is a location map of where Hotel Ava is located. It's located just south of 10th Street, between Pine on the westerly side and the railroad line. And then in red is where I've shown where the proposed pedestrian at-grade crossing would have been constructed. And then on the next slide, I'll zoom into that red area. And what you'll see on this slide is an exhibit of the railroad crossing. In the top picture, you'll see along 10th Street, and I've identified where the existing signal device is located. And then if you look in the lower right-hand corner, you'll see if you were looking eastbound on 10th Street, that's the signal device that Union Pacific has indicated the device could be relocated. So again, to clarify, Union Pacific has not identified whether they will relocate it. They've just said that it could be. And the reason why the timing of this and the decision is an issue is it affects the location of where Hotel Ava would construct their pedestrian crossing. So if the signal stays in the same location, then the pedestrian crossing would be constructed in front. If the pole is relocated by Union Pacific, then the pedestrian crossing would essentially go where the pole is currently located. And so the problem is that Hotel Ava can't construct the crossing right now because they don't know where the pole is located. A little bit of history on Union Pacific's timing that I've currently received directly from them is that they plan to go out to construction in 2026. However, they're going to start further north up in Oakland. And this particular pole is located closer to San Luis Obispo at the very end of the project. So we anticipate that the construction of this signal and these lights and this upgrade would be more in 2027. In addition to that, Union Pacific does have a very extensive permitting process, which could take up to 2 years. 2 years is typical and standard. So we would have to wait for 2027, and then Hotel Ava would be able to begin their permitting process because then they would be able to prepare the design. So we would really be looking at construction in 2029.
And obviously, they can't open until we allow them to move forward.
Yeah, the original condition of approval was, it was condition number 9, and it was to improve the existing 10th Street Railroad crossing with sidewalks and bike lanes. There was also a condition number 11 for Hotel Ava to meet with members of Union Pacific Railroad and city staff, which Hotel Ava did complete that condition. So the recommendation tonight is to approve resolution 25-XXX, amending Hotel Ava's conditions of approval number 9 and 11 regarding railroad crossing improvements required under Plan Development PD 17-006. And in lieu of that condition, impose a new condition of $40,000 pavement to the Capital Improvement Program Fund for future pedestrian improvements.
Is that it on your presentation, Leslie? Mm-hmm. Okay, questions of Leslie? I have one. If they pay this $40,000, that's all they're going to be needing to put into this remodel, so to speak, of a crossing. correct?
Yes, it would be swapping out conditions 9 and 11 and pay the $40,000. And then the money would be held by the city in the capital improvement programs to use for a future pedestrian improvement that the city has and would like to invest in downtown.
Got it. Okay. Chris Bausch?
So the crossing would take place sometime in the future when Union Pacific just decides to move or not move
It
the
would
crossing.
be, if the city would choose to use those funds and it would be a city project, we could apply.
The city would put the pedestrian crossing in.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the $40,000 would be used for a city capital project.
Is it, well, okay, question on that then, Leslie. Does it have to be at this location or any capital project within the city?
In the downtown area.
Downtown area.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
good with that.
Okay. All right, any other questions? We'll open up then to public. Anybody wishing to address this item? Dale?
Dale Guston. I have crossed that intersection many times, as well as 13th Street, and of course, even the 24th Street overpass. We got to push Pacific Railroad or whoever's in charge of all that to move these up, because we're getting so many people using those avenues. It's just not safe the way it is. It's just terrible. Especially 13th Street is horrible, but even 10th Street is not safe. And we're going to put a big hotel where people are going to walk over to go to like Cool Hand Luke's and things like that. And it's just not appropriately safe for pedestrians.
Thank you. Anyone else? Debbie, and you know, on the applicant want to say anything at this point? No? Okay, good. All right. No problem.
Yeah.
Anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay. Bring it back to council then for direction and or action.
Mayor Hammond,
Pro Tem Gregory.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve Resolution 25XXX, amending Hotel Ava's conditions of approval, numbers 9 and 11, regarding the railroad crossing improvements required under the Plan Development PD 17006, and impose a new condition of $40,000 in payment to the Capital Improvement Program Fund for future pedestrian improvements.
Second. Motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Any discussion? Call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal? Aye. Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimous.
And we definitely look forward to your new project coming on board. Debbie and Brent, you guys have just been absolutely working hard at that. I know it's been a long run, all these years. So
It's looking beautiful too,
Yeah,
by the way.
it
It's
is.
looking really nice.
Thank you. All right, moving on then, we have a city manager report. Mr. Huat.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. 3 items tonight for you. First is excited to announce, I believe on Thursday, we're going to have a ribbon cutting for the new pedestrian and bike bridge along the Stony Creek Trail. A long time coming. This is an important connection for that trail over a creek, and so we're excited to have that ribbon breaking. Warren, remind me, is that 4 o'clock on Thursday?
4 o'clock on Thursday.
There we go. Thank you. I want to thank Warren and his team for helping to facilitate that work. Also, just looking ahead a little bit, we received word this week that the Riverwalk Terrace grand opening will be held on Friday, July 18th at 1:30. This is in the Woodland Plaza 2. That's in between the old JCPenney building and Kohl's. So excited to open 79 units for affordable housing for seniors, along with the Housing Authority, who's going to be facilitating the event. And then finally, last week, the city announced that it's working with Capslo to undertake a child care study. This was an action item in your approved economic development strategic plan. It's intended to help better understand the child care continuum and the resources that are available in Paso Robles as we look to expand and provide more resiliency for our labor force. So this study is going to help us really identify kind of what the lay of the land looks like right now. Purpose of mentioning it is we're encouraging anyone that is a current child care provider in Paso Robles or interested in becoming one to connect with CapSlow. There's more information available, I believe, on the city's website. So if anyone needs any more information on that, to contact Paul Sloan in our office, and he'll get you connected. With that, that concludes my remarks tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chris. Now we move on then to council business and committee reports. Start with Chris Beal.
Thank you. Very quickly, I attended the baseball closing ceremony, and that was a lot of fun. And certainly all the families and the kids were very excited about the action that the council took with regard to playing fields and parks. I went to the softball tournament at Barney Schwartz. It's been a couple of years since I've been to one of those, and my goodness, it was hopping. There were about 26 teams, and it was really amazing that we have that kind of facility. I also attended a housing workshop put on by the county. It was not exactly what I had expected, but they were sort of talking about a county fund that would be funded through development fees for county projects, but that could be allocated towards city affordable housing projects. I will defer to staff to explain that better than I can, but it was an interesting meeting. Thank you to the mayor and Mr. Hewitt for moving this committee between the district and the city and Cuesta forward. I think these meetings that we're having are so important, can talk about issues of roads and some of the projects and how we're interfacing with the schools and make sure we're communicating so that we're working together on these issues and not creating any difficulties that are unnecessary. We also talked about kind of improving communication overall, and we were all on the same page in terms of 36th Street and sort of the importance of that as open space, perhaps playing field space. So it looks like that very informal conversation will come forward to their district meeting. We've been talking with them. It's been very exciting. One of the things, we did appointments, interviews last night for, senior, library, and parks, and I was just so impressed. We had so many wonderful, committed, professional candidates, and it was really wonderful to have all these great people want to serve the city on these advisory boards. They were certainly appreciated the importance of community services, whether it's, food distribution for the seniors, health opportunities, socialization, kind of the value of having parks and outdoor spaces that we can all, stay healthy on. I appreciated all of these candidates. The other thing that came up with it was everybody really spoke to kind of the importance of outreach and making sure that the community knew about, where the trails are and what the rec opportunities are, like how, what the city is doing for the community in a way to serve the community. And I just appreciated people's attention to that and really spelling it out. So with that, I'll be at the dedication on the 5th, Safety Fest on the 6th, and we're launching, I shouldn't say the city. The city library is launching its summer reading program on Friday, June 13th at 1:30 at Centennial. Partnering with Rec, you get a free swim out of it, and start your little passport for reading. And I know they're very busy with the summer program, so thank you for letting me be of service.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Councilman Strong.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it a little bit short. I told everybody already about the meeting on Thursday. Tomorrow, I have a meeting of SLOCOG in Florida. So that's our regional governments and regional transit authority. And so we will be talking about the service here in Paso Robles and between here and the South County. And that'll be primarily that. On Sunday, I fly to Seattle, where I will be up there for 4 days, acting in my capacity, representing all of the cities of the United States on the board of directors for all of the regional governments of the United States. And we will be dealing with a lot of these issues too at the national level.
That's their annual meeting for this, all of us?
That's one of our annual meetings. We have a number of them. This one is our special one that has to do with our annual retreat for the two organizations. All of our CEOs have their own board of directors, but they meet and have a special retreat during that week. And then we follow with our own special, very short retreat and board meeting. And that's just how we do things. And they have 2 seats on our board also, so that's the reason that we do it together and make sure that we're all there at the same place at the same time. But we're trying to be efficient and trying to be, just keep it going and get it done. All right?
Thanks,
and I'll report on that when I get back.
Very good.
Thank you.
Councilman Bausch.
Thank you. I thought I was all done with trying to document all my emails, and got done with that and found out that I got to create a privilege log, which is all the emails I didn't put into my first set. So I've been busy keeping track of that. I have another few days left to go on that. I attended the advisory body committee interviews last night and echo Council Member Beal's sentiments. Got a lot of good people that applied for very few slots. So thank you to everybody that applied for those. It was nice to see so many very talented people come out. Keep applying for those slots. With that, those are my remarks.
Very good. Thank you, Chris. Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah. I'd like to start out by a special thank you to Dale Evers, who continues to be creative and contributing to our city's beauty and public art. So thank you, Dale, again for that gift to us. I was able to attend the Memorial Day car show. I was surprised to see how many employees that work in the city have cars at the car show, and several other people that I know. And there's some pretty fascinating cars down there. Had a very important meeting. We had a mock city council meeting with Kermit King leadership students. We appointed city council members. I did preside as mayor to keep everything in order because it was a pretty rough bunch. And the topic was, should we allow dogs in the park? The conclusion unanimously was we should allow dogs in the park with bags for the poops and a special fenced area for people who want to let their dogs off leash. So came out pretty good. Anyway, very capable young people, and it was a lot of fun. And thank you, Melissa, for helping me steer that group. Let's see, I attended the public assessment analysis for our public safety for fire and police. Very interesting conversation. I won't tell you all the things I asked for. It might embarrass somebody in the room. And I did attend the advisory for the library board, senior advisory in Parks and Rec. Very, very wonderful people, as Chris said, and very exciting. Unfortunately, I missed the supplemental tax meeting because I was interviewing students for the student council mission. But I'm sorry I wasn't there, but I'll be there next time. And I want to make a special thank you to the person who got the grant for the doggy water fountains in the park. Mm-hmm. I know. Who was it, Wayne?
Adam Spalding, our solid waste manager.
So apparently we got several of those in some of the parks, and Doggy and Coco and several of our friends, their dogs love that little fountain. So thank you for that. And just to make sure it was a good festival, I did attend the beer festival, and I left very early. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Steve. For my meetings, I had a bunch. Actually, started off from my last meeting with APCD. Then we had actually 3 Paso Basin JPA meetings in that between here and there. And working on that. Should be another one coming up in a few weeks. I also attended the North County Leadership Graduation, actually put on by the Chamber. Gina Fitzpatrick did a great job again this year. Actually, my daughter, Jessica, graduated with that class, and it was a great idea to get all those kids together, and they all kind of had a good time mocking each other, so it was a good evening. I also had the Nacimiento Water Commission. Also had a meeting with the Congressman Fong, who is the congressman that took Kevin McCarthy's seat over in Bakersfield. We also attended, I did actually, down in Vandenberg Space Force Base for Matt Olson, Eagle Scout here for Paso Robles and an Air Force Academy graduate. He is now stationed at Vandenberg, soon to be actually going back to Colorado, but his promotion to captain is something that was kind of cool to see, and he wanted me there. We actually headed out Slick 2, one of the missile launch pads. It was very, very impressive. Tomorrow we have Operation Mojave Falcon. That's going to be being put on at Fort Hunter Liggett that they want us up there for the community engagement. That's where King City, ourselves, and Fort Hunter Liggett get together about 3 or 4 times a year. And tomorrow is that day where we're going to view what's happening up there on that base. I think that's it. We have upcoming events. I'll bring that up now. We have, of course, the ribbon cutting, that Stony Creek pedestrian bridge. That is above the Highlands Church, if anybody understands where that is, right above Kennedy, up in that area. It'll be this Thursday at, what time is it? 4 o'clock. I'm going to be a little late on that. Hopefully somebody can help me get that started. An event for the evening of poetry at Studios on the Park, June the 6th, 5 o'clock. 4th Annual Safety Fest, we heard about that tonight from Mark and Gina. Community and Emergency Safety Event, June 7th, this Saturday at 10 a.m. Development Review Committee is going to be the following Monday at June 9, 3:30 here in City Hall. Paso Robles Planning Commission is going to be that following Tuesday, June 10th at 6:30. Concerts in the park are going to be beginning this next week. First one's going to be Thursday, June 12th at 6 p.m. in the park. And they will be continuing, I think, to about the last week in August, somewhere in there. So people come on out on Thursday evenings. Next, we have the Development Review Committee again, June 16th, 3:30. The Paso Robles City Council meeting, that next time we're going to meet here is going to be June 17th at 6 p.m. And what I like to try to do is just bring a little light to something I don't always think about this time of year. And Friday is June the 6th. That's D-Day anniversary that happened 81 years ago this year. And up on our council desk, I have a stone that I took from that beach, and I have a little saying on there that I wrote on there, never forget. And, so many thousands of people lost their life that morning. And again, I just thought it'd be kind of cool to adjourn in their names and never forget them. So we can do that if somebody make a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Bausch, second by Strong. All in favor?
Aye.
We stand adjourned.